At this time, I'll call the October 17th, 2022 York County Council meeting to order. If you'll stand with me for the invocation and pledge of allegiance. Let us pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank you for your blessings that you have given us. We ask for the protection over those who serve us in uniform, that you would watch over them, bless them and their families. And we ask for wisdom and guidance tonight as we do the business of the people. Pray that our decisions would be in the best interest of the people that we serve. In your name we pray, amen. Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. First of all, let me say welcome to all of you. It's always nice to have a packed house to come out and see what's going on in county government. I think I have an inkling of what you're here for, but we appreciate you being here tonight. And the first item of business will be the oath of office for newly appointed commission members. So if the following individuals would come forward when I call your name so that you could be sworn in to serve in your position. Tiffany Moore, Catawba Regional Workforce Investment Board. Ryan Johnson, Catawba Regional Workforce Investment Board. David Dixon, Stormwater Appeals Board. Marion Ramsey, Veterans Memorial Park Advisory Committee. Edward Lukzak, Board of Assessment Appeals, District 4, and Robert Carter, York County Forever, District 4. If you'll just come forward, and first of all, on behalf of our entire council, I want to say thank you for your willingness to serve on a voluntary capacity. It is not often that you get thanked, and you certainly don't get paid to serve in this position, but it's critical to us running the business of the county and representing the people who are in this room. So we thank you for your service, and our county attorney will swear you in. Thank you, gentlemen. I was told it was loud, so I'm going to speak a little further away from the mic. At this time, we move to the public forum session, which is limited to 30 minutes. But what this is an opportunity for anyone who wishes to sign up and speak in front of the council for 2 minutes about anything that affects county business. And what I ask is that when I call your name, if you'll come forward and please give your name and address before you start speaking. And then if you would kindly look up at the top here on this screen to either side of me, the 2-minute mark will start. And once those 2 minutes are up, it will start blinking. And if you could please conclude your comments by the 2-minute mark, that saves me from having to be rude and cut you off, which is what I have to do sitting in this seat. But one other thing is if you can keep your comments to a county-related matter, no personal attacks or calling out personally, because we don't get a chance to respond to you. Now, when it comes all the way at the end of the agenda, we can have new non-agenda comments where we can make comments, but we can't engage, so we don't allow anything like that, name calling. The first individual is Ken Vern.
Hi, Ken Vern, 4565 Pamela Court, Long Grove, Illinois. I appreciate you allowing me back up here. Keep it brief. So per the council's recommendation a couple weeks ago on the matter of CARES cold storage and the Lazy Hawk PD, we did meet with several members of the community surrounding our facility. And in an effort to make sure that we're aligned with our expectations of the project, I wanted to, one, reinforce the fact that for the 60-foot requirement in the amendment, we just want it for our parcel, not for the rear parcels, so that it's limited to just that. That is important. Specifically, Harry Johnson mentioned it, saying, please drive home that point, so consider it driven home just for our site. The second part was, in meeting with Mr. Nichols and understanding his concerns, there's a rear trailer lot that we've got on our drawings. At this point, it's considered an alternate in our pricing considerations, but in the event that we do move forward with building that lot, we've agreed to write into the lease with the tenant that will occupy the building that the limited hours of operations for that lot, specifically of moving those trailers, between 7 a.m. and 7 p.m., just to avoid any nighttime interruption. And then in consideration of the parking lot adjacent to the facility for the trailers, we're going to add some additional screening via trees. The PD amendment already has a substantial landscape requirement, but we're going to work with him specifically to make sure the trees that we put there offer a buffer up during that time period, that even when leaves fall, there'll still be a good buffer. And then lastly, no speakers on the back of the building or anything. Do everything we can to make sure we don't disrupt their quality of life while being able to construct the building we'd like to construct. And I'm going to give you back 25 seconds.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ben Johnson.
Y'all are glad to have me on the clock. I'm Ben Johnson, 310 College Avenue, Rock Hill. Thank you all for hearing us at the last meeting. There was council requested a meeting with the neighbors. Ms. Cox, thank you for taking time to meet last Wednesday. As you know, there are two issues in this Karis project. One is to increase the height limit, and the other is to confirm that the orientation of the docks may face I-77. The feedback we get is first of all, the report on the meeting was positive, as Mr. Verne said. The feedback emphatically is that the neighbors want to be sure the request to limit the height is limited to just the Karis site, and that is our request. You remember we handed that out at the last meeting, and I think the council understands that and doesn't intend to take up a broader change. And then the loading docks, there's full support from everyone we've spoken to clarify that facing I-77 is appropriate. It's appropriate because the code, in my view, the code doesn't prevent it, and also because the PD addresses orientation and says that thou shall not face the rear for the loading dock. So as Mr. Verne said, there's some additional commitments that we've made and will make and will confirm to Mr. Nichols and his sister regarding the rear lot operations, hours of operations. And so we think the council will do a service to confirm this request, both as to the height limit for this project only, and then also the orientation of the loading docks. It will be a service really to all parties to go ahead and confirm that. And we ask that you go ahead and take up second reading tonight so that we can keep the project on schedule. We will work in earnest to knit up any loose ends between now and the next meeting on November the 7th. Thank you.
There are some names that have been scratched out. I'm going to call them anyway, just to make sure, because they're different colors on some of these that are scratched out. I just want to make sure you have an opportunity if you want to. Allison Kim.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Allison Kim. I live at 3034 Ranger Road in Clover, South Carolina. Good evening, council members and neighbors. Thank you for hearing us. We are talking to you tonight about the zoning for our property across the street, and we thank Mr. Robert Winkler for coming out to see the property in person. He had some very good suggestions that were very helpful. We are looking to build this property so that we have the same zoning that our neighbors do, 1 home per 1 acre. Nothing different really than what's going on Ranger Road already with RUD zoning. The spaces between the 3 properties we're looking to build will be between 300 and 350 feet between each other, with as many woods as possible, because we actually, in our home currently, we love having the trees around us and want to keep things as rural as possible. And the first home will be set back 75 feet from the road, so you really won't be able to see it very much. All of these measurements are actually more than many of the homes currently on Ranger Road on the 3034 side. So again, not asking for anything exceptional. And lastly, I wanted to share with you that we are respectfully asking for this variance because it's for my mother. She's 84 years old. She suffered 2 strokes this past year. My parents were married for 55 years, and my father passed in February after having a stroke. And I promised him that I would take care of my mother. And I intend fully to take that promise to my deathbed, taking care of her as best that I can. And Mr. John Paoloka has been a huge help in doing that. So again, we respectfully ask for this variance so that we can take care of family, again, like so many people on our road do already. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Joe Howell, it appears. Okay.
If I could, I may have misinformed Mr. Howell because he spoke to me before the meeting.
Okay.
You might want to go ahead and make your comments, Joe. Just, I didn't want to misinform you and you not get your opportunity to talk. Sorry. I apologize for interrupting you.
Joe Howell, 2376 Westbrook Road, Edgemoor, South Carolina. I had spoken to you, the board, last meeting. There are some issues with the way that the council changed the ordinance, the PD. You modified a PD that was grandfathered. That is pretty much a, hello, here's a lawsuit from the neighbors because they had negotiated this PD with the property owners. But that's neither here nor there. That's already been done. But there's no traffic study done for this project. Has anybody on council been down Lazy Hawk Road or 901 at the interstate, the amount of traffic that's there? My mom lives across the street at 2251. It takes me 10 15 minutes sometimes to get out of her driveway across it, and I'm driving a car, not a semi. But I mean, you have trucks that'll be coming in and out all times of the day and night, but you're gonna have a bunch of trucks at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning because that's when their delivery trucks are gonna leave there to go to wherever they have to deliver their goods. The last thing I have to ask about is they have not told us what the dB sounds from the coolers that'll be on top of the building. If you've ever been over to Fort Mill over by US Food, as you go by there, you can have your windows up and hear the fans running on the building. There's nobody living there. It's between them and the railroad track. But it does create a lot of noise that nobody's talked about. But that's all I have for tonight. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Carl Falk.
Good evening, Madam Chairman, Council. Carl Falk, Fire Chief of Newport Fire Department, 5198 Hampton Ridge Road in Rock Hill, South Carolina. On the agenda tonight, line item 5, council to approve an invoice for Elliott Davis for the fire district engagement in the amount of $30,000. That's a lot of money. Y'all are supposedly gonna pay when the fire department's done all the work to give them the information. I don't think y'all really understand how everything works in the county, and that's not y'all's fault. Maybe you hadn't been told or explained to. But that $30,000 could have been well spent somewhere else in the fire service. That's my question. I mean, you got department heads that could have done all this and worked with the tax districts to resolve it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, sir. Phyllis Ward. It looks, and I'll go ahead and say this, for any of the folks that are listed here, and it looks like there may only be 1 or 2, if you're here to speak about the impact fee, that is the item that we have a public hearing on, and you will be allowed to come speak, and you won't have the limit of 2 minutes. But you are more than welcome, if you signed up to speak and you want to keep it to 2 minutes, you're more than welcome to come do that or both. I just wanted to let you know that option. You'll wait for public hearing? Okay. It looks like Allison, Kim, we have you on again. Sorry. All right, we'll scratch you. And this name is not there. Bo Ziegler, I think, scratched. Okay. John Paoloka.
John Paoloka Jr., 3034 Ranger Road, Clover, South Carolina. It's in reference to the rezoning of directly across the street from where we live. First of all, thank you, board, for being here. The board had asked for a plan. I emailed a solid plan with 3 lots for an area of 8 acres. Potentially 5 less lots than what it could qualify for. Keeping as more woods and open space as natural as possible, as well as keeping the homes 5 times more apart than some parts of Ranger Road. This is for us and my family, me to help provide for them. I only asked the board, what would you do for your family? All the neighbors who opposed is no different than what they currently live on, 1-acre lots and RUD zoning, without any special exceptions. Again, I want to thank the entire committee, especially Mr. Winkler, for coming out when he did. It shows a great care for the community, and it's greatly appreciated. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Jim Bradford, it looks like you struck your name, but I want to make sure I give you the chance. Okay. Nate Negriv. I think I may have messed that one up, but it was scratched off too. Darren Nichols.
Hello, my name is Darren Nichols. I reside at 2196 Strawberry Road in Rock Hill. Here to talk about the Karis project. We did have a meeting with Ken and his group the other day. It was a productive meeting, but we still have a lot of unanswered questions. I did bring my sister. She was not available for the last couple of meetings, Carolyn Reinhardt. Her house is very close in proximity to where the staging trailers are going to be and where the facility in itself is going to be, the ambient lighting outside, the din or ambient noise we can constantly hear. We got a lot of things we just need to talk about. We moving, we working on it, but we need some time. So all I'm asking is just get us some time to work together. We're working on it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Carolyn Simpson? Okay. All right, that concludes our public forum session. Do we have a motion on consent agenda?
And I would like to make a motion to pull out number 5.
All right, so number 5 and number 12 will go to hang on, I'm getting there. Looks like numbers 4 and 5 on new business. So number 4 will be number 5 in consent, and number 5 will be number 12 in consent. Are there any other amendments? So we have a motion to approve with those two taken out.
Move to approve with those 2 out.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, consent agenda with amendments is approved. We move now to our first public hearing, our only public hearing. Council to hold a public hearing and consider second reading of an ordinance adopting a public education facilities impact fee to be imposed on all new residential development in the York School District Number 1 pursuant to York County Ordinance Number 2718, adopting impact fee procedures to ensure that public education facilities will be available and adequate to accommodate the need for public education facilities expected to be generated from the school children in new residential developments in the school district, based on the district's level of service standards and capital improvements plan, to assign the cost of such public education facilities on a proportionate share basis to new residential development with an established impact fee for a single-family detached dwelling unit at $12,469, an established impact fee for a multifamily dwelling unit at $10,237, and an established impact fee for a mobile home at $11,165, to authorize intergovernmental agreements between York County and the York School District and York County and the municipalities of York, Sharon, Hickory, Grove, McConnells, and Smyrna, defining the respective rights, responsibilities, and obligations of the parties regarding the impact fee, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters relating thereto. At this time, we will open public hearing. Is there anyone here who wishes to speak against? If you would, please remember to state your name and give your address.
My name is Michael Pruner. My address is 841 Hollis Lakes Road. I'm speaking to you tonight as a resident of York County for 20 years, 5 months, and 12 days. Not a newcomer to this community, like some people that will get up here and speak tonight as well. Also the president of York County Home Builders Association. And to make something clear tonight on the record, we are for an impact fee, but we're for an impact fee based on the correct numbers, based on the real numbers, not assumptions and estimates. I'm gonna keep it brief and keep it to one slide tonight. Took me all day to get it down to one slide. So, I spent a lot more time over the past 5 or 6 years learning about impact fee studies than I wanted to. And this is the third study that I've read. And they are getting better. And I'll compliment this company and say, if the Carolina Panthers had a hired gun as a quarterback like the school district has here, we'd be winning ball games. The study estimates a population of 431 more students than the actual head count that was reported to the South Carolina Department of Education that this study is based on. That's not a number I made up. That's a number that comes directly from this study, that comes directly from the South Carolina Department of Education and their website. The study uses the assumption of 5,430 students, but there was a reported of 4,999 students. The consultant that'll get up and speak in a few minutes hired a secondary consultant to estimate what the numbers would be going forward. That's what I really have a problem with. I have a problem with starting out too low and then adding on that number every year and then saying we need to build 1,000-seat middle school and 1,000-seat elementary school based on wrong numbers. The study also bases its projections from what we heard at the Planning Commission meeting on a 20-student class size. I have an educator in my home, and the smaller the class, the better. I agree to that. But that's not always possible. And the other two school districts that have impact fees are more in line with a 25 student, not a 20. What does that do to your 1,000-seat number once you add that to having less students in there? I'm not suggesting we go to the state maximum, which is 30 and 35 students. That's too many for elementary school. I firmly believe that. The study also claims there's an estimated student generation rate on single-family housing, multifamily housing, and mobile homes that is different than the study that my national organization has done. And my national organization did not do this study to combat impact fee studies for consultants and school districts. We did the study so we'd know what to build. We did the study so we'd know what's coming into the county. We did the study so we know how to plan our future business. This was a marketing study for us, not an anti-school study, okay? The third thing, and it was outlined in the enrollment projection study that you received a copy of in your packet on Thursday, needs to be a greater focus on utilizing already existing school infrastructure, okay? I don't see that addressed in the study. I don't say how we can use this facility better or rezone this facility or move kids from here or move kids from there. At the Planning Commission meeting, when the items were presented and the consultant made his pitch and the school superintendent made their pitch, they said, you know, we've seen a little bit of this impact of this big development before. Just look at Austin Lakes over there around Cotton Belt Elementary and what that's done to Cotton Belt Elementary. Well, according to the study, January 25th, Cotton Belt Elementary has the least amount of students and the least amount of impact and the least amount of overcrowding of any of the elementary schools in there. So if that's our base study, you know, we need to take another look at that as well. So again, we are for a reasonable impact fee. We want to support a reasonable impact fee. The last thing I want to leave with is the numbers that you're going to see in tonight's presentation by the consultant on affordable housing and housing prices in the county is different than what was presented in the study. And that was brought up at the workshop meeting. It's concerning to me, why didn't we look at all the numbers? Why did we just look at one of the numbers and try to make the number that's most advantageous to the school district the number that we change? Because if houses cost more, an impact fee will have less of an impact. But let me tell you what the impact fee does to the end user consumer. The study that you're going to see tonight and what you're going to see presented on the screen is going to say, it's just $96 a month. Come on. And instead of being $150,000 for a house in York County, it's now over $300,000. The $96 is no big deal. Well, the study here doesn't say that 96 months and 12 months in a year and 30 years comes out to be $34,566 before a dime of interest is placed on that $96 a month that that person borrowed. So I'd like you to consider the impact to the housing community. And we're already close to a tipping point. When you go to the grocery store, when you go to places, do you say to yourself, gosh, you know, that loaf of bread cost half what it did last year? No, I think you say it costs double. And there's a point to where people aren't going to be able to afford bread. And we're getting to the point where people aren't going to be able to afford houses. And in a candid conversation that I had in the hallway after one of these council meetings with some folks with the school board, they freely admitted that, hey, the people that work at our school district, they can't afford to buy these new houses that are coming in. Well, now we're just going to make it even more unaffordable. How are we going to attract the talent we need to educate our students? I thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else who wish to speak against? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in favor?
Good evening, members of the council. My name is Carrie Eisen, and I reside at 273 Spring Lake Road in York. Tonight, I would like to speak to you on the matter of impact fees and encourage the council to embrace a growth mindset. I first became involved in this district as a parent. A few years later, I was blessed to become an employee, and now I am able to further invest myself in my district by pursuing my teaching certification. Each day, I encourage my students to develop their own growth mindset. One major aspect of that development is to seek out challenging tasks and take on risk. We, as a district, as a community, are now being faced with a challenge. Growth is coming to our area. Developments have been approved, land has been cleared, and houses are being built. Now is the time to respond to the growth and, better yet, prepare for it. I urge the council to pass the full amount of impact fees. The collection of these fees will allow the district to prepare for the growth that is inevitably coming, instead of being forced to play catch up. If I may, I would like to paraphrase a comment made at the last meeting. It was said that the introduction of too many houses could water down the integrity of Western York County. Please do not allow the lack of resources to water down the integrity of our school district. I applaud my district for stepping up and completing the necessary steps to make this a possibility. We cannot change the growth that is coming to our district, but we can control our reaction. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Phyllis Ward, and I live at 601 Hunter Street here in York. Several years ago, along with some members of the East End community, we were attending planning commission meetings in York, and at that time we were informed that there was going to be 157 houses built across the street on East End. My major concern at that point that night was what was going to be the impact on Hunter Street Elementary, now along with all of the other schools in the district. It's my understanding that the city has approved or will be approving possibly 2,390 homes. This will likely increase the enrollment by 16% here in York, School District 1. That will be a huge impact on the district that has approximately 5,000 students now. How long will it be before we are overcrowded? However, the growth we are experiencing is coming from outside this community. We must pass at least a portion of that burden onto the new residents via impact fees. To expect all taxpayers and businesses who are already overburdened by Act 388 to shoulder that burden of anticipated growth is really unjustifiable. New residents should pay their share of the costs associated with new development. Approval of the impact fees for the full amount would benefit all taxpayers for a longer period of time. The bond referendum would be reduced and all residents and businesses will pay less tax. Approval of a lower amount of that impact fee, the school district would have to borrow money. Residents and business will have to pay higher taxes over a longer period of time. The school district is limited in how they generate revenues for schools, new schools, and that's either passing of this impact fee or bond referendums. The estimated cost at this point for construction of an elementary school is approximately $51 million. For a middle school, $66 million. But I'll leave saying this: the most important impact here is the students. So let growth pay for growth. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Good evening. First, I want to thank you for allowing me time to speak. My name is Beth Bridges, and I reside at 248 Spring Lake Road. I wear several hats coming to you tonight. I'm a constituent and taxpayer, but I'm also the parent to a child in York School District. I also have the privilege of working for York School District 1. When we moved to York in 2009, one of the things that we most enjoyed was the small town feel. I am not at all opposed to change, but with change comes growth that we all know is coming. With the new growth, we must brace ourselves for the impact that this will be placing on our schools. As a taxpayer in this county, my concern to those of us who have lived here for many years, we should not have to bear the full burden of paying for all of this growth. As a mom of a child in this district, I love that my child has always had classrooms that are not at max capacity yet. As a teacher in this district that I'm very passionate about, I have a concern about class sizes as well. Many of our schools are bordering at max capacity as we speak now. If we do not have space in the schools and we don't have the funds that we need to build new ones, I'm afraid that we will have to resort to bringing in mobile units for our students to be housed in while they're at school. While I've never felt unsafe in my district, mobile units make teachers and students literal sitting ducks. Over the last few years, districts has placed safety as a top priority, and I'm very proud of what York School District does to keep us safe. Unfortunately, as we all know, there's been school shootings across our nation. I personally would not want my own child in a mobile unit that has no protection like the inside of a school has. They also do not provide the protection during weather events. While it won't completely solve the problem of overloaded classrooms, having the full amount of the $12,469 will ease the burden of current taxpayers. It will not cover the cost of 2 new schools, but it will alleviate current homeowners from carrying the full burden. I will end by saying this: our Superintendent Kelly Cox reminds us often that we are connected as one, and we are one family in our district. Please consider our teachers and students when making decisions that will affect all of us for many years to come. My hope and prayer is this council will be connected as one and make the decision to approve the full impact fee that will assist with the growth that is coming to our community. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Dr. Latoya Dixon. I live at 2149 Pavilion Court, Rock Hill, South Carolina, and I serve as the Assistant Superintendent for Academic Innovation and Professional Learning in York School District 1. I had not planned to speak. I've been in attendance for all of our meetings, including our workshop. But like you, I believe in accuracy. And when I heard inaccurate information presented earlier, I felt compelled to clear the record. What I can tell you is that the South Carolina Department of Education collects attendance in a variety of fashions. One of those ways is active student head count. The site itself, were you to go to the South Carolina Department of Education, describes it as a snapshot of attendance. Our student information system, also known as PowerSchool, carries the weight of the students we see, the bodies and faces that we serve each day that they attend our schools. I can tell you that at the time of that study in PowerSchool, our enrollment was 5,020 students. You might also see a figure that's based on average daily membership, which is attendance divided by the number of students in the school. And so those figures can be misleading when folks want to use them as inaccurate information. What I also know is that our class sizes are well in line with our neighboring districts. In fact, they're not 1 to 20. They are 1 to 21 and a half in grades K through 4 and 1 to 25 in grades 5 through 12. I know that you all believe in the goodness of our community. I'm a product of this community, a proud public school graduate who earned an education and got me to where I am today. I trust that your wisdom will be used tonight as you make the decision for our future. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
I'm Jim Bradford. I live at 12 Wright Avenue here in York. I was a member of City Council when many of the housing units that have been approved up to now, I think it's approaching 2,500 with some that are still pending. And frankly, we realized at the time that this was going to have a major impact on the school district. But we did it because the houses and the units that were coming, and the residents, those houses had an average initial cost of as much as twice what our own average housing stock was. So in the long run, we were going to have an improved tax base. Now, every school district in York County, and we got 4, has a different situation. York School District 1 is challenged more than any other because the tax base is low, and a single mill of tax levied does not generate anything close to what it generates in other school districts. So having these new homes will, in that sense, lift up the tax base. And of course, you all know the adage that business follows rooftop, commercial follows rooftops, and we think that we're going to have a significant increase in commercial development in York as a result of the houses that are coming. There are houses outside the city of York that are also a part of this, and I think I have heard the number of maybe 3,500 units that are either in progress or on the books as far as the county is concerned. So, by adopting the impact fee, you will certainly reduce the burden on current homeowners and residents, businesses, when it comes to a bond referendum. And of course, this whole impact fee is based upon the idea that 2 new schools are going to be built. There will be a bond referendum, and additional taxes will be imposed to do it. But think about this. Not only does it help the existing taxpayers when you have new people coming in, because they're going to lift that tax base. So in theory, when that bond is issued, then there's going to be more people and more payers. So you're going to have, in that sense, those who are paying the impact fee, though it will hurt initially, they're going to be helped by a stronger tax base when the whole process is done. So I think it is instructive that we've had the school district's own study done that supports this impact fee increase or imposition. But county council has hired their own expert to vet it and decide whether the numbers are right. Your own planning commission has approved this proposal intact. So I'm going to encourage you to go ahead and fund the impact fee proposal at the full rate, $12,469 for a single family dwelling, $10,237 for multifamily, $11,165 for mobile homes. And there are multiple winners in this, and really, it turns out to be all of the taxpayers who will be living in York School District 1 once the impact fees are put in place. Finally, I want to suggest to you that you give some deference to the council member who has most of the York School District 1 district in their district. I think that you have done that in some other situations, and I think that's perfectly appropriate because that councilman knows his district best and knows what the people in the district want and prefer and need. Thank you.
My name is Darius Gabrenis. I live at 8 College Street, York, South Carolina. I'm a current senior at our high school, and I'm speaking to you out of concern for our future if this bill does not pass. I moved here in 2018 from an area north of Charlotte in the Concord-Harrisburg area. As shared from other concerns, I was in schools where we had the mobile units and had to be in there. Not only is it a concern with safety and with natural events that could happen, but also the learning environment is very different than a classroom. If we were to get overcrowded and had to bring in those units, people wouldn't learn as effectively. I know at least I didn't, as well as it makes transitioning a little weird and doesn't feel like a school environment. I think that some of our schools right now are borderline overcrowded, and when I came to the middle school, it was an environment where we had to put trash cans under when it rained because it was leaking and stuff like that. So I think having this bill being passed would not only affect the taxpayers and help them, because my parents moving from north of Charlotte, they commute to Charlotte much like people who are moving here now will do. Whereas the York residents, they're not moving from Charlotte, they live and work around here. So why would we tax them heavily when they're not coming in and making us build more things? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Kuhn, and I reside at 214 Cottage Place. Most people know me as a numbers girl and not a words girl, so I hope you'll bear with me through this. I'm a 2007 graduate of York Comprehensive High School. I'm a lifetime resident of York as well, as is my husband, Jonathan Kuhn. Both of our mother's families are from York County and the surrounding area, the Jacksons of Clover and the Stacys of Filbert. They have resided here in York County for generations. My husband and I are a current homeowner here in the city of York, as well as a future home builder in the city of York within the next 5 years. I'd also like to share that currently I don't have any children, so personally, I will pay for this impact fee without a benefit to my family. I serve in this community as an educator within York School District 1. My experience includes a classroom teacher, a school level administrator, and now a district level administrator, previously in the transportation department, and currently as testing and accountability coordinator with the emphasis in data analysis. My experiences have provided me the opportunity to observe and evaluate trends within our state and local census data, specifically our growth within our city here in York and our YSD1 attendance zone. I come from a lower income family. And I was afforded the opportunities to grow into the person that I am and the professional that I am today only because of the educators and the experiences I had in York School District 1. I feel very passionate that students, both current, like Darius here, and future in our community in York School District 1 have the same opportunities that I was provided by the wonderful educators in our district that I now have the privilege to work with. Those students deserve quality resources YSD1 cannot currently afford with our rental and commercial property taxes alone, which would force a higher bond referendum, all things that you're aware of. With a growing population, the need for quality teachers, and more importantly, the retention of those quality teachers, by providing them with all the resources they need to be successful, and in turn, our students being successful, I kindly ask you to support the full amount for our YSD1 impact fees.
Thank you, ma'am. This is a public hearing. We're gonna let any people speak. Y'all go ahead and don't be shy. Come up, or we're gonna.
Hello, my name is Tracy Miskelly. I reside at 1718 Chester Highway in York, and I also serve on the York School District 1 School Board. First of all, thank you for what you do. I know that it's not easy to be an elected official, and I know that you often hear more grievances than gratitude, so thank you. I'm a product also of this school district, proud graduate 2006 York Comprehensive High School. I also have a daughter, second grader at Jefferson Elementary School, and a 1-year-old son that will soon be a student at Jefferson Elementary. I encourage you to pass the full amount of this impact fee. You guys know, I know that there have been numbers said tonight, but in all reality, our district is different from all the districts in the county because we serve very rural students and high poverty students. You guys have seen our poverty rates, and they are very high for our students. And so a lot of times we're starting behind the 8 ball when our students come. We need resources and we need facilities to be able to serve all the students that are coming in here. I also wanted to say all the people that are here tonight are here because they believe that this impact fee should be in place. And many have given up being somewhere else, including myself. You know, my daughter is playing a softball game right now, but because we believe in this impact fee, we are here. Many people have given up something. You guys give up things every month to be here at council meetings. So please, I implore you to listen to the people that are speaking and pass the full amount of this impact fee. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Emily Harper, 1694 Mallory Bay Drive, York. I'm the reading recovery teacher and reading interventionist for Hickory Grove Sharon Elementary School. I'm here tonight in support of impact fees. When I first began teaching way back in 1999, my first principal cautioned us against asking our children to write about what they had done on summer vacation. She explained that not every family had the means to provide a summer trip. Keeping these words close at heart, each fall as a third grade teacher, I submitted a transportation grant to pay for the cost of the third grade field trip to Kings Mountain National Military Park. All this to say that I have always tried to consider both the emotional needs and financial burdens of my students and their families. Without the revenue from impact fees, a potential bond referendum would be much higher, therefore putting additional financial strain on families who, amid record high inflation and rising costs of living, are already struggling to provide for their families. York School District 1 has always put the needs of our students, families, and communities at the forefront. This is evident in the careful thought and strategic planning that has gone into making decisions to accommodate this growth. Another important factor is to keep our class sizes small, which will have a major impact to the success of our children. Small class sizes allow our teachers to teach children as individuals and not just as numbers. Finally, I think it fair and reasonable for growth to help pay for growth and to help reduce the amount of future tax increases due to the need for a higher bond referendum. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Good evening. My name is Dr. Lee Green, and I'm the director of Floyd D. Johnson Technology Center here in York School District 1. And I am here to urge you and to ask you to pass the full amount of the impact fee for our school district. It's no secret that York is growing at a fast rate. As at York School District 1, we strive to give the best education possible to our students, and our students deserve it. And I'd like to commend the young man that came up here earlier from York High School for the courage to come up here and speak to you about this subject. In order to do that, we need to keep up with the growth that's in our community. It's no secret, when people come to the community, more students come. And to keep up with that growth, it's very important that we are able to build the facilities, safe facilities for our students. Without the full impact, our ability to raise funds for new schools will be limited. And this will lead to overcrowded classrooms. And no one in this room wants to go back to the days we had overcrowded classrooms. As a resident of York School District 1, which I have been a resident here for over 25 years, I have 2 children that are recent grads of this school district, and they graduate college and career ready, and they're doing very fine with the education that they receive from this district. I do not want to see the education quality in this district go back. I used to work in the district where it was a poverty district, and it was hard to raise funds for new schools, and it was very hard to see those children not able to succeed and live up to their potential because of the lack of facilities that they had. So I asked you to pass that impact fee so that we will not digress into that area there. Again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in favor? If y'all don't mind, just so that we can we've got a lot of other business. If you want to speak, I want to make sure you have that chance, but I need to move the meeting along. And so if you'll just start lining up and make sure you don't wait till they go sit down, that's polite, Southern politeness, but we're trying to move the meeting quicker. Yes, sir.
Marion Ramsey, 409 Forest Drive, York, South Carolina. I'm sorry I'm not prepared for this. As you could tell, when you swore me in, I didn't even know it was tonight. I thought it was 2 weeks from now, so I'm sorry. But I'm on the city council board. Right now, we have 2,400 and something homes coming in the city of York right now. You can add 157 more to it because it's coming. It was already on the books. We're trying to slow it down, live it 6 months or whatever, and slow it down, but it's here. And I'm for the impact fees, full amount, because if we don't, what we're gonna do? Ms. Cox come to council meeting and talked for over an hour and gave a good presentation, great presentation. Most of the schools, maybe 3 of them are about max now. 6 almost in 2026, I think, 27, they're gonna be all maxed out, except the high school. I heard a comment a while ago, well, why don't we move students around? Well, elementary school, I see kids at 6 o'clock in the morning going to school. Do you wanna move another kid somewhere else and have them get up at 5 o'clock to go to school? No. So yes, be smart and prove this as we full amount, okay? Thank you.
Sorry. Jessica Elliott, 1045 West Chapel Road, McConnell, South Carolina, 29726. Sorry. Lifetime multi-generational York girl, McConnell's girl, my entire life. My son is in 6th grade. 6 years old. My daughter's in 6th grade. Sorry. Numbers don't do justice. He's here. I want him to have a good, quality, safe environment to go to school. And that's all we want, just a simple life. We have a lot of people coming in. They're coming, and they look at schools when they come. Builders, they look at schools when you're building, and they'll pay more for a good quality house and a good quality school district. And that's what we want to be. Thank you.
Councilman Cox, council members, Manager Hudspeth, I appreciate the opportunity to speak before you tonight. My name is Kelly Cox, and I am the superintendent of the school district, and I reside at 1042 Estate Drive. And while I am not a lifelong resident, I have been here since 2014 when I arrived as the principal at Harold C. Johnson, one of our elementary schools. In fact, it's one of our elementary schools that is overcrowded at this point. It is my belief that collectively, everyone in this room envisions a future in which York students have access to every opportunity that they deserve. While we may not all agree on the particulars of how to achieve this vision, I am appreciative of a community who I feel confident will navigate this conversation in a way that leads us to a mutual understanding. We all want what's best for children. And I trust that this council and your wisdom as you do the people's business, that you'll make the decision that is in the best interest of the majority of our taxpayers. As I continue my remarks, I'd like to ask us to look back in time, as there's much that can be learned from a look at history. In 2007, the York School District community demonstrated an overwhelming support for a bond referendum to construct what is now York Comprehensive High School. YCHS opened in 2011 4 years after community members supported the bond with their overwhelming yes vote. Anticipating the need to build a comprehensive high school that could house innovative career and technical education programs required a vision for what the future could be and should be for our children and community. Today, that building not only houses academic and career programs for our students, but also provides space for our adult learning classes as well as community-based events. As you can see, children are the benefactors of yesterday's vision. That vision required both foresight and insight. I stand before you today as a district leader, led by a board of trustees that had the foresight to predict the growth that's coming toward us, and the insight to understand that we need to have courage today as we make that decision. We encourage you I welcome you I apologize, I'm a little nervous, guys. I ask to note that our community continues to grow. You've heard the numbers, over 1,961 new homes already approved in the city, 429 more being considered. And as leaders of the community, it is our responsibility to exercise that same wisdom that past leaders have demonstrated, and to honor the work of our community who has demonstrated that education is important and matters to them. An impact fee, a one-time fee for new construction, is a demonstration of our commitment to being physically responsible to allow growth to pay for growth and to share the need for a new elementary school and middle school in a way that honors our longstanding community members who have lived and worked in a district for the span of their lifetime while not compromising the quality of the educational experience for any of our children. The passage of an impact fee benefits all taxpayers for a longer period of time and could substantially subsidize a bond referendum. At this time, I'd just simply like to ask, if you are here in support of the impact fee tonight, please stand. That's only a fraction of us. There are many of us who agree, and I wanted you to see the presence, and they're in the hall. Apparently, they couldn't even all fit in. There were two misinformation points that were made in the opening comments. We do have our consultant present. He's able to answer any questions that you may have, but in the interest of time, I will leave that up to you as council members. And I thank you for listening to us.
Thank you, ma'am. Anyone else wish to speak in favor before we close the public hearing?
Move to close.
Motion and a second to close public hearing. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, the public hearing is closed. Do we have a new motion?
Move to approve full impact fee as recommended by the school district and the consultant.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any discussion? Mr. Winkler.
I guess since it's mainly my district, not all my district, I'll start out and I'll try to address several things, so y'all bear with me for a minute. You know, I've heard a few things said about reusing schools or not reusing schools. I'm going to be a little off on my dates, so y'all forgive me for that. But Harold C. Johnson was a high school at some point, I believe back in the 60s, maybe somewhere around there. The middle school was a high school built in the early 80s, maybe. 70s, so, you know, so the district has reused buildings. The district does reuse buildings. If we want to get back into some really old times, you can go down to the southern side of the city of York and look at York 1, the alternative school. Look at where the city had some of their I believe it's maintenance and other facilities in a building over there across from York 1 that are very old schools that, you know, they're using them. They're figuring out how to reuse buildings and stuff. You know, as far as busing students, you know, or realigning students, hopefully we don't do a whole lot of that. I have 16 children that I'm on the emergency call contact list in the York School District. Not all are grandchildren, but most are. A few are just friends of the family that they know I work in York and I can get there quicker than some of the rest of them. But I do have a 5-year-old granddaughter who catches her bus at 6 a.m. and usually has to be woken up to get off the bus at her elementary school, because she gets up at 5 a.m. to get breakfast, get dressed, get on the bus, be waiting on the bus, and get there to get to school. So, you know, I sincerely hope we don't bus her to any further school somewhere else. You know, everyone talks about the York School District and the Fort Mill impact fee and the Clover impact fee. And, you know, I've heard it said as reason to be against this that, you know, York is not Fort Mill and not Clover with the numbers they have as far as the population of students in those schools. Well, you're right, York is not Fort Mill or Clover, because York does not have the millage that's even close to Fort Mill or Clover when it comes to trying to do something with a bond and off the taxes that are that way. So that makes the impact fee even more important for this district than it was in the previous 2 districts that we've approved them for. You know, I've heard things said, you know, that, you know, maybe Fort Mills was too high, Clover's was maybe too low. I feel kind of like we're telling the story of Goldilocks here. One's too hot, the other's too cold. Now we're just right, you know. We're right in the middle of those 2 numbers. So, and you know, we talk about, you know, the numbers being right or finding the right number. Well, state law says how we find that number. There's about and Mr. Kendry could probably correct me on this, but there's about a 75 page law that covers how impact fees are calculated and what you have to use to calculate those. So I don't know how the 7 of us up here think we can find the right number and come up with the right number between the 7 of us when we don't have the background and the benefit of those 75 pages to do all the studies and calculations ourselves. State law says this is how you figure it, this is how you look at it, this is the numbers you use, and that's how you come up with it. We've come up with it, and then state law says, okay, that's the impact fee, let's pass it. You know, we've talked about a lot of different things as far as, you know, the study saying that the average home price was $150,000, and then using $300,000 as an example. I've lived here, I've had my business in York County in York City for 16 years, and I've lived here for 10 now. I have no children in the school district, but at some point, I won't be able to maintain my home on 5 acres that has a whole lot of siding that has to be painted and other stuff, and I'll be moving somewhere and building something a little smaller for me and my wife. And we won't have any students in the school district. Like I said, I got grandchildren and stuff, but that I will be paying that impact fee, and I'm happy to do it because I believe in the school district and what's going on and the needs they have. I did a little, and I don't have access to probably the numbers that Councilmember Love may have being a realtor, but I went on realtor.com today and did a study. I just did a query and looked up how many homes are for sale right now between $100,000 and $170,000, because everybody keeps saying $150,000 was the average price in the census, and that's what the number we should be using, and why did we jump up so much? There were 5 homes listed in the York School District between $100,000 and $170,000. 4 of them were single-wide mobile homes. The other one was a double-wide mobile home. All of them looked like they were probably over 25 years old. So then I went and looked at under realtor.com previous home sales, most recent home sales. I'm not sure why, but for some reason, some homes say price not available, they won't disclose it or whatever. But I found the last 12 that were sold in the school district that did give me a price. There was one for $330,000. It was a 3-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 1,800 square feet. One for $292, 3-bedroom, 2 bath, 1,300 square, excuse me, that was $212, excuse me. And it was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,300 square foot mobile home. 231 was a 3-bedroom, 2-bath at $1,098. That was off one of our mill village here in the area. $465,000 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,600 square foot home. $250,000 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,261 square foot home. $255,000 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,296 square foot mobile home. $267,000 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,219 square feet. $200,000 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,204 square foot home, and that was a home in our Mill Village area here in the part of York where the cotton mills used to be. $300,000 2-bedroom, 2.5 bath, 1,300 square foot mobile home on 6 acres. $300,000 for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,500 square foot home. $385,000 for a 3-bedroom, 1,252 square foot home, and $249,000 for a 3-bedroom, 2-bath, 1,400 square foot home. Those are numbers pulled right off of Realtor.com. So, you know, when we look at saying the average home's $150,000, there's no way that's true. So the numbers, those are real numbers that are being used, and I think, you know, that supports what the consultant's telling us, what the school district's saying, and we should do this. Now, I've also heard it said, you know, well, the consultant changed their down payment amount from 20% to 10%. That actually helps the anti-impact fee people. Because if you only pay 10% down, then your monthly payment is more. Because you're financing more. So when the consultant went from 20% to 10%, and to show the impact on the monthly payments, I don't understand why people are pushing back on that and saying, well, the consultant did that and they shouldn't have done that, it changed the numbers. Well, it did change the numbers. It made the numbers more in favor of the impact fee, in my opinion, because if you are really in their favor, because if you went back to a 20% down payment, the payments are smaller. So I don't understand all the talk around all these different numbers from people who aren't in the district, don't understand the district, and don't want to support the council member who does represent the majority of the district and has more than any of the rest of you children in the school district, has been in every one of the schools. I apologize, the only school I'm not on the emergency contact list, and some of y'all want to add me, I'm not on Hickory Grove Sharon's. I don't have any students out there, so if y'all want to add me on out there, I can say I'm in all of them. But, you know, it really frustrates me. I'm in these schools. I go to these schools. I was asked to go to the high school just a couple of weeks ago to speak to the math class about numbers and how you use numbers. I've been to the middle school to talk to the teachers there. I'm in the schools. I see how they operate as a business person. When I'm asked to go speak about my business and about numbers and things, probably some of us up here have never set foot in one of York School District schools. But we're going to try to tell those of you that live here how to figure out your numbers and stuff. And how much your impact should be, because we don't think it's right, and we don't live here and haven't even been in a school, but we're going to tell you that your numbers are off. Makes no sense to me. And that's why I fully support the impact fee as presented and requested tonight, and I hope that y'all will support me on that as the council member who represents the majority of the area and who lives in this district.
Yeah.
Let's call that.
Am I able to ask a couple of questions of staff?
Sure.
Okay. Mr. Husbeth, if you tear down a house and you build a new house, do you have to pay impact fees then?
No, you would be exempted from the fee if you were simply replacing a home.
Okay. And Mr. Siegler, did they issue short-term debt fall to spring? Okay, and did the amount issued happen to keep the millage exactly where it was? Okay. All right, so a couple of things. I've got 3 pages here of notes that I was writing down as everyone was talking, so bear with me a little bit. from the HBA, you know, some of the questions that were asked were a lot of the same questions that we were asking during the workshop. Number one was that the estimates were off. I felt like the purpose of calling the workshop was to make sure that we had all of those questions answered. I felt comfortable with many of the answers that were given, as it was explained about the average enrollment versus the actual student count. I felt confident in that. Also was aware that the numbers can even be lower due to a COVID year. The $96 a month was, that $96 a month on that estimate included interest estimations of 6% interest. So there shouldn't be any question about that. There's not additional tax or additional percentages added on that. You know, we heard the concerns of better use of existing facilities, whereas the school district quickly explained that one of the things that they thought that, as a solution, that they thought they may have to combine the middle school age kids. And this is primarily for the elementary schools. I even asked the question, if we do nothing 3 years from now, we're looking at full capacity, and that becomes an issue. My biggest concern is affordable housing, which I'm a big, I believe we're pushing out people due to a lack of affordable housing. However, that's not necessarily on the new homes. That's one of the reasons I asked Mr. Husband that. And the problem with passing on a bond referendum, a single mill doesn't generate as much in York as it would in other places. I'm a big believer in growth paying for growth. Can't deny that. Impact fees should never be the solution, but just one tool in the tool bag. And we're all aware of, since Act 388, the impact that it's had on our schools. All of our districts have been scrambling, trying to find solutions. I questioned the consultant studied, but felt fully satisfied from all the answers I received during the workshop. When it comes to the impact fees, I've always jokingly called it a Yankee tax. Truthfully, it is an outsider's tax. It's the people who are moving in that are paying for it. You can call it a tax, you can call it a fee, tomato, tomato, same thing. But either way, it should be growth paying for growth. And that is what I believe that it is. I was told before once, as Robert was saying, that we were 0 for 2, or York County Council was 0 for 2 when it come to impact fees so far. And I really felt like we've done a good job as a council holding our workshop and going through, asking the questions, getting the answers, and going through these numbers to where we can make an educated decision. But when the representative that was elected to represent the majority of the district is in support, it should be a simple request. And I don't believe that in the past, while I've been up here, we don't typically go into someone else's district that represents the majority of the people and tell them how things should be or shouldn't be. And I believe council's done enough research to make their own decision. However, it's fairly simple answer to me, and I believe that I will be in support of Councilman Winkler and the impact fee as well.
Any other discussion, Mr. Audette?
Yeah. You know, a great school district is like a field of dreams, right? You know, they're going to come. They're going to come. People want to live in this area. They want to come to a great school district. I applaud you guys for such a great school district you have. And again, keep up the great work when it comes to that. Act 388 in the impact in South Carolina it's been tough. About 14 years ago, they passed Act 388, which was an impact fee, which offset the cost of operating expenditures by a 1-cent tax, a consumption tax, and that went towards the schools to help pay for operating costs. The challenge that we had with Act 388 is that our businesses pay both capital expenditures and operating costs. Our residents pay capital expenditures. So when you look at an impact fee, in Fort Mill is a prime example. This is a place where we should have had one years ago, because right now their capital expenditure debt's over $400 million. All right, and you have to stay ahead of this, because people are going to come. They're going to come to this area, But the challenge is our businesses are getting majorly impacted, and our residents are getting majorly impacted by this. This is a way to offset that and give a tax break to the districts. A couple other points I wanted to bring up. When you have a school that's overcrowded and you want to bring in a trailer, well, trailers, you can't capital expenditure that out. That comes out of your operating budget. Now, your operating budget for the school districts are very finite because they only get X amount of dollars from Columbia and whatever millage they may receive from businesses. So there is a challenge. It's not only a safety risk, but it also impacts a number of teachers that you can hire because there's an additional cost to your operating expenditures. Again, it takes 3 years to build a middle school and elementary school. It takes 4 years to build a high school. These schools are not getting any cheaper. I think it's critical that we do move forward. I will be supporting the impact fee tonight. And again, thank you for your time. Appreciate it.
Any other discussion?
I'll just say, we all know this is a very emotional issue anytime you're talking about kids, community, education. So if everybody would just take a little deep breath. It's gonna work out. It's gonna work out. I do want to go back and, like Brandon, I made a lot of notes as people were talking because everything that everyone said is so important. Something so small that may be important to this teacher, this student, may not be as important to the next teacher, this student, but everything that I've heard tonight is vitally important to everyone. You know, it's what makes every community a community because everyone has different concerns at different levels. But for me as a council member, I have to look at all of that. I have to look at the emotional part of it, I have to look at the financial part of it. So I try not to make that emotional that emotional decision every time something comes up because I'll tell you, we hear things that are heartbreaking, but we can't do anything about it. We hear things that are the worst situations, but there's an outlet that we can do something about. So we have to try to formulate what's right for the situation. And we've been through this impact fee. This is our third time. I don't know if we've gotten it wrong twice, but we've done something. I've gotten calls from teachers. I've gotten calls from students, builders, managers, every walk of life, because it will affect every single person in this York community, whether you're here now or you're moving here. But I made a long list of things, and one of the things that jumped out, and I wrote this down, and I thought, I think we were close to getting an answer. Someone mentioned about the student-teacher ratio. I think, was it Dr. Toya? I think she mentioned something about the student-teacher ratio. That was one of the questions that I had written down. Another one was, how many of the York schools are above 85% capacity? I think we've gotten close to spitting that number out, but. Three, okay. And I know there's been some questions, there's been some back and forth about what's the right number reported or what's reflected in the data. The initial study that we got showed home prices or average home prices 160. When we had the workshop, it was 303, and it's come up about, well, the impact fee wasn't added to the 303, so it should go to 315. So a lot of things are being thrown out as we go along. It's a lot of moving parts of these ventures. And the thing that I've always liked to err on is we want to get it right, because we've seen when we get it wrong, there are lawsuits, there are challenges. Nobody wins when we are fighting with school districts in lawsuits. Nobody wins when school districts are fighting with the public. So our job this third time around is to get it right, make it fit, no litigation, and let's be fair. Let's be fair. And with so much that has come up about the study or the right numbers, you know, and I understand at a certain day of the year, there's a snapshot of how many students in the school. There's a certain day at 30, 60, 90, 180 days, we get the snapshot scenarios. Our job, I feel, is what number is the right number? Do we argue with the study to say the study was wrong? Do we listen to the community and people who have the concern with the numbers? I do think the numbers could have been tighter and a little more accurate, because when questions came up, we saw numbers changing. And if the numbers change when the question comes up, does that mean the number wasn't right to begin with? Does it mean that it throws off the study down the road? If we were using 25-to-1 teacher-student ratio versus 20-to-21, does that change what the impact fee number should be? You know, so we all know the more questions you ask, the more questions you're gonna get. I don't care what it's about. It can be about sports, it can be about education, but you start asking questions. There are gonna be questions that come from questions. And so when do we stop questioning? When do we start accepting? But I do think there's some information that can still be flushed out. And this is second reading. We do have another reading to go through. I was a little hesitant to support the first reading at the number because we all know once you set that number and you tell the general public 12,469 is the number, you pass it on the first reading. You come back for the second reading. How do you knock that number down? If you pass it at the second reading, how do you knock that number down at third reading? I've always hated when we start down a certain road, it's hard to turn back. It's easier to always go up. It's much harder to say, after 2 readings, well, we decided to knock this number down. Even though we may know in our heart that's not the right thing to do, or that it is the right thing to do, we'll never knock it down. So I didn't like the idea of us passing by title only and all this with those numbers when there was already a question about were these the correct numbers. And mind you, we get our packet on Thursday. So the Thursday before we voted on Monday, we got this packet that kind of spelled out the study, spelled out the number, and it's difficult to make such a big decision that would affect so many in a school district when you get information on a Thursday as late as 4 in the evening and you're voting on Monday. You know, it's real challenging to digest all of that. And there's so many different moving parts in it. To ask us to come in here on Monday night and be rock solid, saying this is what it's going to be, all 3 steps. We can easily fall back, adjust up, move down. It's a tough challenge for us to come here and feel confident when we're still getting questions. We're still having to pull out different pieces of what we want to have and accept as fact and what we want to have as misinformation. And then there's that affordability part. I heard one speaker got up earlier and was talking about, you know, some of the teachers in the district obviously can't afford to live in the district based on housing market prices. Do we have any teachers buying any of these new $300,000 houses? It's much easier to absorb a $12,000 impact fee at $300,000, $350,000, $400,000. What about that family that's in that starter home that's $180,000, $190,000, in which Robert says he pulls some data that those houses don't really exist. Builders are not building those small type houses because they're going to go for the biggest bang on the buck and build $300,000 homes. So what are we doing to affordability for teachers to be able to come in this district and afford, firefighters to be able to afford, newly started families to be able to afford housing prices? We have to take that in consideration when we're putting these figures on impact fees because it's going to impact another family somewhere along the way. And I know, you know, Robert said he's going to be happy to pay it. He's probably can afford to pay it. But what about that family that can't afford to pay and roll that $12,000 in a 30-year mortgage, which we all know will escalate and elevate for more than just $12,469 over a 30-year period. And I did pick up on one thing that was said, that a lower down payment means this is my note, that a lower down payment means financing more money over a 30-year period is not a true benefit to the home buyer because you're financing more money over a longer period, so you're going to pay more on it. So the lower down payment used in the study didn't benefit the $96 payer. It actually is going to be more because you're financing more. So we have to take all that in consideration, and it's not just the emotional part of should we pass an impact fee to absorb borrowing less money on a bond, because a bond is still going to have to be approved by the York School District, because you can't build schools solely on impact fees. There's not gonna be enough money there. So this thing, an impact fee is basically a subsidy to the bond. It allows the school district to borrow less money. So it's not gonna be able to go pay for teachers. It's not gonna be able to buy buses, I wouldn't think. It's gonna be to offset some of the costs associated with building schools. We got a real emotional issue last time with Fort Mill, because people were under the impression it was gonna pay teachers, it was gonna do certain things that we knew it couldn't happen. So I wanna make sure people fully understand and use this as an educational part too, because we had some people that have called York County Council members since we passed Fort Mill and said, well, I thought it could be, no ma'am. So I wanna make sure the public fully understands what we're giving and what the public is getting when we pass an impact fee. And the biggest question up here, and it has been since we got our package, was, is $12,469 the right number on a single family home? And that's still the question. It's not a matter of if we're gonna pass an impact fee. It's a question of what's the right number that this community can stand and still move forward with supporting schools, supporting growth. And my last point I wanna make, Jim Bradford hit on it, about the commercial component. Housing is not the answer to the Fort Mill School District's issue. Commercial, we gotta get more commercial, and our economic development department does a heck of a job trying to recruit Western York County, trying to recruit, because the tax base can't, the burden of the tax base can't do it on residential alone. We gotta get more commercial in here to shoulder the growth, because Brandon made a point. Act 388 shifted a lot of that burden onto commercial entities. Residential pay a lot less. So we're working tirelessly to recruit more development to put in this community, and not just York, Fort Mill, Clover, York, Tega Cave, Rock Hill, because that's where the meat is on the cattle, if I can use that analysis. That's gonna help every school district. When we bring in companies in here that's willing to build an $80 million facility, $50 million, $100 million, and broaden that tax base, that's where the money's gonna come from to support our school districts. York 1, Rock Hill School District, Clover, and Fort Mill. So when we have these opportunities to bring companies in that's willing to locate inside of our borders, that's where the real answer is. The impact fee in all these school districts that we're passing, these are just Band-Aids. Until we can put the brick and mortar on the ground in commercial, we're gonna keep putting Band-Aids, And we all know, sitting up here, Act 388 is not gonna ever get overturned, never. So we have to figure out a way to make sure that we are playing the long game and not just a short Band-Aid game with these impact fees. And so right now, I'm not sure how we get out of this, and I'm not sure if 12,469 is the right number. So right now, I don't know. We're basically voting on a number because we know impact fees are gonna be a part of York School District. It's just what that number comes in at. So I'm still right down the middle.
Well, I didn't have the privilege of attending the workshop. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it. So I tried to come into this evening with a very open mind to hear from all parties, including the audience. I greatly appreciate everybody that spoke tonight and the time that they took to be here and to provide their view with council, and also the other comments from council members. You know, Councilman Guffey and Mr. Winkler are right. We have done this a couple times. And the first time with Fort Mill, the way I look at Fort Mill is sort of the 1,000-year flood. Like, no one really saw that coming. It was a wave and level of growth that was certainly unprecedented at the time, and certainly unlike anything that we've seen before or since. And, you know, this council did support Fort Mill and their impact fees, and I think we actually got that right. The second time we looked at impact fees, my recollection is we didn't just tell the council member whose district that was that they were going to be able to say what this council would agree to. We looked at those numbers with a high level of scrutiny because we didn't see the level of growth in that district that we saw in the Fort Mill district. And this time around, I think it's more similar to the second situation than the first situation. I think impact fees, and Councilman Guffey again said it better than I could, the impact fees should not be the only tool in the toolbox. It's a supplement, and I don't think that an impact fee is going to spare this school district from the very real prospect of having to stomach another bond referendum, because there's going to be additional costs that are only going to be able to be paid for with debt as long as we're waiting on additional commercial growth in that area. So, you know, long-winded way to say, I do think and agree that there needs to be an impact fee in this district to help offset the cost of growth. The good news is, it sounds like from hearing the home values that have been described, the other thing that will offset the cost of that growth is the increasing value of homes and therefore the rise in mill going forward. And I think that's a very real analysis that's being missed here, that, you know, the growth in a way is paying for itself already just with the rising tide and values of homes that are being built. But speaking of the cost of homes being built, it's impossible for me to ignore the very real problem that we have throughout this county, which is affordable homes. We've already said in Fort Mill, if you're not a millionaire, you can't move to Fort Mill because you can't afford the impact fee. And I think that's a grave mistake, because Fort Mill is a wonderful public school district. And we shouldn't tell everybody in the public that, well, you don't have access to that school district unless you can afford to pay it. And I think we're in danger of maybe doing the same thing here if these are our final numbers. You know, my understanding of state law is not that these are the numbers that are, you know, set in stone. It's that the state law prescribes a process to determine what the maximum impact fee should be. And perhaps our county attorney could correct me if I'm wrong in that assessment. But I do think it is within our purview as council members here to provide some level of scrutiny, and I think we're doing a disservice to all members of the county if we fail to do that. When I see that, you know, the impact fee on a mobile home is only $1,300 less than a single-family home, and these single-family homes that are being built are, you know, obviously well above $300,000, and in some cases, some of the new neighborhoods being built there, you know, $600,000. So you're going to tell someone that's building a $600,000 house that they only have to pay $1,300 more than the person trying to make it work and buy a trailer or a mobile home? That just doesn't sit right to me. You're basically pricing out people from the school district that I think should have access to the school district. The same thing goes for the multifamily. You know, where are the teachers supposed to live if they're unable to pay an impact fee? How is someone who's building a mobile home or moving into a multifamily supposed to afford a $10,000 or $11,000 impact fee? And how in the world is that property going to appraise for that if you're trying to finance that in a world where we're seeing home values, you know, decline as the cost of financing goes up? So, you know, I do think we need to provide, you know, a little bit of scrutiny on these numbers, especially where it comes to the affordable housing part, the multifamily and mobile homes. You know, I do think impact fees have to be a part of the solution. There's no question. But we do have to be careful with unintended consequences, which is the impact on folks who can't otherwise afford to pay these. So that's a balance that we have to strike, and I think that, you know, this council is capable of doing so.
Ms. Love.
I know a lot of you are thinking that you like some of what you're hearing and you don't like some of what you're hearing. And I want to tell you that I'm as rooted in York as anybody in this room. My parents were both York Green Dragons. My grandparents and my family are from York, and Hickory Grove for that matter. And I think there's a term that's undefined. We all talk about it, but we really don't know what it is. And that's affordable housing. What is affordable housing? Well, it's the banks that determine affordable housing. That's who tells you whether or not you can afford to build a house or buy the house that you want. So the banks are the ones who can tell us each individually what is affordable. For a long time, we've had firemen, police officers, teachers on our list of people that we're looking out for. And because of the growth in York County, and a lot of that growth that has come so fast, we've added children to the list. That is a very emotional thing. So there are nights that we have a lot of fun up here, and there are nights that things are very difficult for us up here. And sometimes it's tough love for us up here. And I asked a question at the workshop of Mr. Bice, and I have not gotten an answer to the question. Because what I'm truly concerned about is long range. We do need schools. We have to have schools. For as many people who want to move here and bring their kids and enroll them in our schools, we have to have those schools. An impact fee is the school's way of offsetting what we have allowed. I ran for council because of what we, as a council, in past, have allowed, and it's bad. It's not what we all want to see going forward. So it keeps happening in different districts, and I want to add this. Every single one of us up here represents every single one of you. We don't just represent District 2, District 5, and District 3. We represent every one of you. And we do listen to each other because we know our districts best a lot of the time. But sometimes we have to make a decision. We have to help a councilman make a decision, maybe, because it's really hard when that audience is your district. And I've been known to make some tough decisions, and you know what? I pay for that every day. I lose a lot of sleep over some decisions that I've made, and I believe that those decisions in the long run are the very best decisions. And I stand by my past decisions on impact fees. The question I asked Mr. Bice is this: what is the cost burden of a home that is $303,000 at the current interest rate? I was told that we couldn't do that formula, couldn't give me that equation. But that equation is in the study. You can shake your head, but I do think I'm going to ask you again tonight then for the formula. I would like to see what the cost burden is at the numbers that changed between the last time we voted and the workshop. The numbers changed. I want to see the old equations of those current numbers. I believe that the schools, again, are passionate about offsetting the impact. I believe that our role as a council is to determine what we do about the impact. And I'm going to use the city of York as an example of that in this case. Because in York County, unincorporated area of District 3, we've approved and got permits for 213 homes. That's not much impact at 0.5 kids per home. But the city of York has caused a very big impact on schools, to the point that maybe a couple years ago, York schools were maybe saying we're not going to need impact fees, and maybe now you do. So it's up to us as a council to figure out, and to the city of York to figure out, what do we do about the impact that we are causing? Because that's why you're all sitting here tonight. We've allowed it, the city of York has allowed it, and we continue to. So I believe that there has to be, in the Tischler-Bice study, the very last page in their executive notes says that impact fee is only a portion of the solution. And I think we need to find the other part of that solution. I'm reluctant to give a full impact fee because my concern is that the other part of the solution possibly is not as effective if you have already a full impact fee in place. I'm holding my District 2 at bay until I have the answers to that. And then we'll continue to discuss going forward what's the best thing for District 2. So I do believe, like these gentlemen said, an impact fee is needed. I'm just not sure what that number is, and I want to know what the cost burden is to the people who are moving here from other areas and to the people who are moving across the district and across the county and building a home in the Western York County.
Right. I'm not sure who spoke more. You guys or us up on this council, but I say that because it's important, and it's important to each council member here that we get this right. I support impact fees. I think it's one way that you have growth paying for growth. I think that there are built into this exemptions for district or deeded senior housing where it's won't impact the school. There are obviously exemptions for replacement home. I would like, between now and third reading, for someone to, on legal, Tischler-Bice, whoever, Lancaster has come up with some solutions. The one area that I do have some questions on is folks who have owned land for a long time who basically are going to build a whole lot less than what their land would allow them to build, as having some way of credit. We talked about this at the workshop. You said you weren't aware of any exemptions in that respect. But I think if someone who owns 50 acres of family land and they're only gonna build 4 houses, and they're willing to deed restrict it for that purpose, then they really are creating a very different impact than they could have, because they would be allowed by right to build 25 or 30 houses. So that's just a creative question that I still would like to hear from legal on that as an exemption issue, but I do support this. I support the full impact fee. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
Motion passes 5-2. Okay. Thank you all for being here tonight. We do have a lot more going on. If you want to get up and leave, we know we have a big, huge crowd. We'll give you a few minutes before we start.
That's the one.
All right, we'll move forward with our first item under old business. Council to consider second reading of an ordinance to amend Chapter 154, Land Development Code, to allow design professionals other than landscape architects to submit certain planning plans, to amend Chapters 155 Zoning Code to amend several use definitions, to allow event venues as a conditional use in AGC, AGC1, RUD, and RUD1, to amend the development standards for event venues, to eliminate rural event venues as temporary use, to add trade services as a permitted use in certain districts, to apply conditions to heavy machinery sales, rental, or repair uses, to reduce the required buffers for self-storage facilities with interior storage entrances, to reduce the minimum separation requirements for tattoo and body piercing establishments, to allow shrub planting to be waived if required buffers have excess trees, to reduce the minimum planting size of small maturing trees, to revise the buffer yard type and specification tables, and to increase the flexibility of alternative buffer yard compliance, to provide for a public hearing, and to provide for other matters relating thereto.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? The only comments I would say, I wholeheartedly support the, I assume nobody else raced to speak, so I'm gonna go ahead and comment. I wholeheartedly support the landscape architect changes. I think those definitely need to be done a long time ago. I'm trying to digest the event venues. I can't tell completely how that impacts folks who are here, especially those small agritourism businesses that have been here. I still don't think we're doing enough to help the small mom and pops do business, and would ask that between now and third reading that staff reach out to the folks that came to the workshop and have a meeting with them and check to see how these changes specifically impact them. Some of them have called me and asked me that question, and I think since there's a discretionary component to staff, I would just like for you all to have that meeting, let them come together like we've done in the past with builder requests, and see how that impacts theirs. The remaining changes, the only thing I asked for information about how this impacts District 5 specifically, because I certainly have no problem with making sure that we have places for folks to conduct that business. I just want to make sure it's not unfairly targeted and that it makes sense for the entire county. I just got the information on Friday, haven't had a chance to even vet that with staff because they weren't in, but I support second on this, and I would just ask that before third reading that we have the information from staff that shows the impact countywide, district specific. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Rezoning action, consider second reading, case number 22-16, tax map number 72600000087, a portion to rezone from RMX 20 and NC to LI 7 plus or minus acres, a portion of 52.5 acre parcel in District 1.
Motion to approve.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
I would just like to say again, this is an example of a good partner in land, where they actually allowed the thread trails to be part of their property, in the back of the property. I think they're a great neighbor. I think it's a huge benefit to the people that live in that area. So again, I just want to point that out to y'all.
Motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Rezoning action, consider second reading, case number 22-21, tax map number 61700000001 026 077 084 085 086 087, major PD amendment, 179 acres in District 5.
Move to defer.
Second.
Motion and a second to defer. Since this is my district, I'll go ahead and make the comments since I requested the deferral. And first of all, I'd like to say, especially Ken, I think you and your team have done a great job. I think you're working very hard and working towards trying to figure out how to resolve the issue. The first time I've missed a meeting at all, something I could not have controlled. I'm trying to catch up. You see all these other issues that we're dealing with tonight. They take time. I have gotten a list, probably about 10 emails, 15 calls today from other folks. I just need a little bit more time to sit down and look at this, see how to approach it the correct way, make sure that that I'm doing the best job that I can for the people that I serve. So that is the reason that I have requested the deferral.
Is there a specific date? Excuse me for interrupting.
Second reading at the next council meeting.
Thank you.
Any other discussion? All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Rezoning action, consider second reading, case number 22-24, tax map number 65800000044, to rezone from RSF 30 to LI 1 acre in District 1.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Just like, on this one here, I'd just like to state, again, the owner of the property is existing property is light industrial. He actually went out to the landowners around him, got their, again, approval, and they're in support of it also. So again, just a couple statements on that.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. We're on number 5, right? Rezoning action, consider second reading, case number 22-28, tax map number 60800000213. I'm not sure I got all the zeros right. To rezone from RMX 20 to RSF 30, 7.743 acres in District 5.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Rezoning action, consider second reading, case number 22-29, tax map number 46500000029 and 46500000048, zoning request to rezone from RSF 40 to RUD 10 acres in District 2.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Rezoning action, consider second reading, case number 22-30, tax map number 18200000079, to rezone from AGC to RUD 8.128 acres in District 3.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
Yes.
Mr. Winkler.
I'd just like to say I did go out and meet with several of the neighbors and the applicant last week. walked the entire property, gave them some feedback about where the road placement or the driveway placement was marked off, where they thought it might be, as far as moving the driveway further away from the property line, away from the neighbors and that type of thing. They were willing to look at all of that and work on that. And so, I appreciate their willingness to listen to those concerns and address them. So, I do support second reading.
Any other discussion? All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? No. Motion passes 6-1. New business. Council to adopt a resolution approving an assignment of interest in the fee in lieu of tax and incentive agreement by and between York County, South Carolina, TKC, CCL, XXXV LLC, and Southwood Corp. Dated June 29, 2021, from TKC, CCL, XXXV LLC to Charlotte Industrial 3 LLC.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Council to approve a resolution committing York County to enter a fee agreement with a company identified under the code name Project Automation, which includes certain credits against fee in lieu of tax, fee low payments for certain investments in infrastructure and other matters related thereto.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Council to approve an ordinance authorizing the execution and delivery of a fee in lieu of tax agreement and incentive agreement by and between York County, South Carolina, and a company or companies known to the county at this time as Project Automation with respect to certain economic development property in the county, whereby such property will be subject to certain payments in lieu of taxes, including the provision of certain special source credits and other matters related thereto.
Motion approved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. We need to now go to number 5 in consent. Council to approve an invoice from Elliott Davis for the fire district engagement in the amount of $30,000.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion?
This is for the 30,000, I'm sorry.
Yep.
30,000.
30,000.
The reason I pulled it out was simply because, just to explain that this was something that we had already voted on, so just to approve the invoice, it wasn't as if we're voting to spend $30,000. This was solely to pay the invoice, and I just wanted to make sure that you're aware of that. I'm not necessarily a fan of hiring consultants, but once they've already been hired, we've got to pay them as well.
Any other discussion? I guess to ask the question, is all of the legal work done? Is there an itemized and resolution?
They have provided us a draft report, and yes, they're finished with all their field work. So
Okay.
I think
So this is
that's
the only bill?
that is correct, yes.
Okay. Has that report been?
They've provided us a draft. I think they're presenting it the next meeting, is that right?
Okay. If you can give us some more details on that, we'd like to share that with council so that we know when that's coming up. Okay, thank you. All those in favor of the motion say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. Item number 12.
There's one else.
Hang on, let me read it. Let me get to it. Council to approve recommended changes to the York County Fire Service stipend program.
I'd like to make a motion to defer that to our next meeting.
Second.
Yeah. So
Motion and a second.
So for discussion, I think that there's more to this than meets the eye. So we're talking about a stipend going to a paper call, and we are, in a way, we're eliminating the training and incentive for training So I'd just like to hear, this was the first time I had seen this, and wasn't just fully aware that this was gonna be on the agenda, and when I saw it, it wasn't clear. But I think there are two more things that we need to talk about, and that is the equipment. I'm not sure what it's called, but the allocation for equipment, where the fire departments get about $20,000 a year, that there's been some discussion about bringing that into the conversation, and also the county ops money. So I would love for us to have a workshop, and let's just talk about all of this, and maybe that audit would be ready by that time, and we could include that, and we just have one big bonfire. Yeah.
No pun intended.
No pun intended, yeah.
Any other discussion? I don't have a problem with deferral as long as, and if we're gonna move this to the workshop, I guess, David, when is the next available workshop where we can add this topic?
Well, we're gonna have one in November, but I think it's already planned for what we have on that agenda. We've deferred some things a couple of times to that. My guess would probably be December for the workshop on the fire.
That's okay. They've gotten their money from last year, so they're caught up on the money they're waiting on.
I just think it's interesting that we don't have any commentary from the fire area. So barring any problem with that, I don't have any trouble with deferral. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, motion passes. All right, let's get back to the end. Committee and other reports, finance and operations. Chairman Robert Winkler.
Thank you. Finance and Operations met this evening at 5:30. We considered applications for service, and we made the recommendation for the appointment of Porter Gable to fill an unexpired term to the, oops, I'm sorry, I skipped ahead. Let's back up. First one we considered was Catawba Regional Workforce Investment Board. We made the recommendation for Nick Mazie to fill an unexpired term in the public industry category. In Rock Hill, York County Convention and Visitors Bureau, we made the recommendation for the appointment of Porter Gable to fill an unexpired term in District 3. In the Accommodations Tax and Advisory Committee, we made the recommendation for the appointment of Cal Williams for a first term in the vacant seat in hospitality industry. Next, we had a follow-up from a discussion a few months back from our internal auditor looked at several of the boards and commissions that we have that some of them have never met, some of them haven't met in years. And they made some recommendations on which ones, if they haven't met, if they're not required statutorily, that type thing, that we go ahead and look at the process of doing away with them, take them off the books, just so that we don't have an ordinance out there that isn't doing anything, that's just cluttering up the books. And that will be something that we voted to recommend to full council, so it'll come before full council next council meeting. You'll have the information on which boards and commissions and when they met or why they haven't met, and then that once we approve it, it'll be something that legal will have to work through to undo the ordinances that are there, pass new ordinances, however they see that we need to do that, to be able to get those cleaned up. And then we got an update on finances, and nothing really new there. July, it was just July, and that's the first month of the fiscal year for us. The only thing new is, unfortunately, our open positions increased for the sheriff and for the county. The sheriff is over 12% open positions now, and the county's over 11% open positions in the month of July. So things are tough out there on hiring, but we do have a study being done on classes in action and stuff, and hopefully that'll help some of that. So definitely.
Thank you, Mr. Winkler. When it comes to the boards and commissions, is that something that's already written out in a report as to which ones are going to be eliminated, or?
Yes, the auditor gave it to us, and okay, Karen said it's in your packages too, so for today, so.
I've got too many papers up here. I'll look for it.
It's
Thank
just
you.
a one-page front and back, so.
Thank you. Council member, new non-agenda comments. Keeping in mind that we do have executive session. I was starting over here. Mr. Roddy.
great while ago that we had the discussion about doing something out on Riverview Road, about burying the power lines, and I think several people came to us that had some interest in out there, and it was actually in consent agenda for tonight, and we ultimately turned down that bid. I just wanted to put it out publicly, how, you know, we just don't get things up here and rubber stamp it just because we put it out for bid. This bid is actually item number 10 in our packet. It came in so far over what we kind of estimated the cost would be, and that I just wanted to point out that we haven't forgotten about that project. I know I've kind of followed this thing through and kept some people in the loop about what was going on out at the Riverview, in the Riverview area. But we are adamantly working on trying to fulfill that obligation from Pennies 3, and just wanted to kind of put out publicly because it was in consent agenda for us to turn it down, and the public may not get this agenda and know what we did on that item, but we did reject all the bids that came in for this project, and we're going to continue to work to try to get this cost down, to get this work done, because that is one of the first exits that you come to and see with all our hotels and everything on it, and we owe it to the voters from Pennies 3 to get this work done, but we haven't given up on getting it finished. So just wanted to point that out.
Ms. Love?
I just want to thank a couple people tonight. We have a new employee in the in our Parks and Rec department, and he is spending a lot of time out on the green spaces in Lake Wiley. His name is Daryl, and we had a little event out in Lake Wiley at the Naked Goat Market this weekend. We had about 800 people. We had 300 cars parked in the old goat farm field, and Mike and his team of Parks and Rec people, Daryl and Catherine, I feel sure had a hand in that, and the engineering department all went out at some point and lined up some parking for us. York County Sheriff's Office was there with us over the weekend, and thank you for that, because I was very worried about how we were gonna, all I've got is the neon vest and no ability to get cars going in the right direction and stuff, but that was a phenomenal event, and the next one will be on November the 12th, and Saturday was our trial run, and we'll only get better as we go, so thank you for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mr. Guffey.
Yeah, I've got a couple. I just want to say I've got one more meeting after this until my resignation becomes final. And there's still some things, which one was a lot of the recode matters that we worked really hard on through the zoning committee with Councilwoman Love and Councilman Roddy. And I'm happy that we're getting those to move through. I'm still requesting that we discuss the electronic billboards on 77. We have discussed it. It just has not come out of committee. But I'd love to see that come before council prior to me leaving. Same thing with the event venues, making sure that we've got everything that we are addressing, and really just want to challenge the county as a whole for us to be more inviting. Instead of saying you can't do this because of this, and because of this, because of this, we should say you could do this instead. And realize that we work for the people. The people don't have to satisfy us. We need to work to satisfy them. So I appreciate it. That's it.
Anyone else? I do want to say thank you to our parks, and especially to Catherine Jones for everything that she's doing to help get up to speed. It's been she's had a lot going on personally, and she still is making things happen and making our county look good. We do have an event that's not open to the public yet because we have limited parking, but it's at Catawba Bend, the cross-country meet, which will have all of the county, so all the high schools will be out there running on that property, and council members are certainly encouraged to be there. I hope to see your face there. I think it would be important for them to see that and to see the work that we're trying to make there. I do also want to let council be aware, there's lots of different ways that ordinance revisions come to us. Some of them are where we originate them and they go through committee. Some of them come from other elected officials. The sheriff has requested what I view as a pretty minor change to the ordinance that's been sent to legal, and so it has to do with alcoholic beverages and how you make sure to make that compliant. And so I think that will be coming up at the next council meeting, just so that you know and aren't like, where's this coming from? This is something that originated from their request to make sure that, that it's consistent. If council wants to add anything to it, they certainly can, but that's where that's coming from. Do we have a motion for executive session?
Not on. I do. I move that we go into executive session for the purpose of a personnel matter being annual evaluations of the county manager, county attorney, and clerk to council.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We will go into executive session.
didn't take long to get cold again.
We are out of executive session. No action was taken. Do we have any motion?
The only motion coming out of executive session is to adjourn.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none, we are adjourned.
Right.
How much did you kill?